Morning. Let's do the thing. Any moment now. Two a.m. I pushed login and nothing is happening. Good oh, nope, there we go. Checking Final Fantasy 14. Yes! Alright, let's go. Square Enix. Squeenix. Hey! Yeah! How long should I just hang out on the title screen to enjoy the music? No, I gotta hop into the queue. Okay. Log in. Players in queue 871. That's not that bad. I was expecting that to be worse, especially since I'm still on Behemoth. I was meaning to transfer over to Primal, but I mixed up when the things were launching. So yeah. Oh, 771. Okay, this isn't that bad. This isn't that bad. Not that bad at all. I was expecting it was going to be like, haha, half-hour wait time. No, potentially, maybe. If the world truly is full... Nope, yeah, we're going down. We're going down by like 100. We're doing good. We're gonna make it. Here I was thinking that I would need to, like, play 9 on the side. But I think we're good. 575. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. This is making good time. I was debating, like, yeah, I could put the queue on and then, like, go out and get myself tacos while the queue is queuing. But no, I would not have had enough time to go and get tacos. I should be timing this. Like how long in between the flickers it takes. So that was about 100. About 100 went by, and it is currently 2:05. I also do like how they've got no information displaying about the characters. Alright. About a minute per 100 people. We're getting there. We are getting there. Heck yeah! No! I forgot there's a thing in the notes about the server 202 error. There was a Lobby server will hold your place for roughly a minute. Okay, gotta head back in. Okay, cool. Let me back in. Let me back in. Is it just letting me in? I'm in! Sweet. And we're here. I may as well actually check up on my island sanctuary. Hey! Sanctuary rank up. Okay, cool. Later, nerds. I'm off to another island. First off, though, we'll go to Limsa. Oh my god, Limsa's so empty. Like, how... There's barely anyone here. Okay. So I forgot to clear... Oh, God. Okay. I did not clear out my inventory before leaving. Hello. The sell items on the market. So, brass. Put up for sale. Compare prices. I want to say this is probably going to reach... I think I'll sell these for 30k, and we'll just see how well that works. Because I think that people are going to be buying a lot of dye. Because of the new dye system. Does my gear have 2 dye channel? Oh, my pants do. Pants and the shoes do. Okay, cool. Okay. To the Av Castle really quick. Main scenario quest: a new world to explore. It's a whole new world we live in. It's a whole new place to see. It's a brand new place with a brand new attitude. Okay, let me just make sure. I just want to go through and make sure that all of these are up to date really quick. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. I already checked that. Dancer is fine. It just actually okay. Let's get my where'd my assy invest go? Okay. So white mage, update gear set, and then botanist. Okay, we're good. So let me just... Hello. Oh shit, I forgot the Lunar Envoy stuff I wanted to put into my glamour dresser. Okay. We're gonna go on an adventure really soon. I just have to do some packing. I should have been packing Tuesday night, and I didn't. And I'm trying to hurry up and get to the story because I'm afraid the servers are going to crash at any moment because I've worked too many I have worked too many MMOs to know that everything just breaks on a launch. There is no perfect launch of an MMO. There's not bad launches. Oh, the number 2 let me see, store an item. No. Okay, so I have to actually use glamour plates on the 2B gear. Yeah. 2B goggles. Number 2 type B dress. 2 type B gloves. Okay. Get all that out of there. Okay. Sublime provisioning missions. Oh, the King's Grimoire. I didn't mean to... Okay. Is that it? Okay. Well, let's head to Hawker's Alley really quick. Where's my inventory? There's my inventory. Let me get rid of all of this nonsense that I don't need. I'll keep all the materia. Oh, damn, I totally wasted one of my commercial survival manuals. Okay. And I have all of these Anabasios things that I should probably actually trade in for armor. Let's head down to Razatan. Gemstone trade. I think Gear Exchange is who I talked to. No. Pandemonium Relic Exchange. Disciple of Magic. Okay, so let's just do... Well, let's actually see. Is there a helmet that I actually care about? No, it's just circlets. Oh, already possessed one. Okay. Okay. Mythos Exchange. Oh, I do not have any of those. Abyssos Exchange. Disciples of Magic. I don't have anything from Abyssos. I'm okay. Oh yeah, I think I already liked how some of that stuff looked, so I already bought some of this stuff. And then Anabasios. Nope, don't buy that. Turban of Casting, Gloves of Casting. Ooh. Those are fancy gloves. Oh, this is the glove with the... This is the club. This is the robe with, like, the sparkly background on it. Let's do Gloves of Casting. And of Healing. Kilt of Casting. Sandals of Casting. And Earrings of Casting. Ooh, the earrings actually look kind of nice. Alright, I still got earrings that I can wear. Oh. Oh, is the... No, why do I still have helmet options? Oh, I guess I... Okay. Let's do... Hat of Aiming. Just clearing all this nonsense out. Ooh, the necklace. Oh, wait, did I grab the necklace for... I did not grab the necklace. That's actually a decent looking necklace. I'll grab that. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Unsung Armor of Anabasios. Do I not... Oh. Anabasios Exchange. Oh, no, no, no. I need one more in order to do that. Okay. Okay, let me just do Chocobo Saddlebag for now. Oh, I've got so much more stuff that I gotta clear out, actually. Damn. Honestly, this is probably fine. I've got a page and a half of inventory open. That's probably enough. All right, let's go. Let's go. It's story time. Here's where all the people from Limsa went. I haven't seen old Charlian this populated in quite some time. And by quite some time, I mean this is the most populated I've ever seen old Charlian. Can you guys hear the music, by the way, the in-game music? Realized I turned it down for a while. I increased the volume. I want to make sure that the in-game music is audible, because it's Final Fantasy XIV. There are going to be jams. Look at everybody here. Look at everybody here. All ready to do the story. I am ready to have no one know what's going on. A new world to explore. Welcome back. I just had word from Erenvel. It seems that he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go inform your travel companions? Just take only a moment. I do need to do the... New quest accepted music! No, I need to finish the Four Lords. I was debating doing all of that once I had finished up the Endwalker raids, but I was like, I didn't want to burn myself out on Final Fantasy XIV, knowing that I'm going to die headfirst into Dawn Trail, you know? Also, I love my outfit, my Dawn Trail outfit. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenvel himself. Ah, you're here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaners Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenvel. I doubt anyone expected that we'd have a ship all to ourselves. We are going to Tural because Wooklamat, our cat MILF, who is on screen just briefly, they're not casting up just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now's the time to voice them. Yeah. Wooklamat, resident cat MILF, heard that we saved the world and was like, hey, I need someone to help me win Fortnite back home so that I can become ruler of my kingdom. And she's like, I don't know a better person who could do that than the person who saved the world. So that's the plot. We're going there because she wants us to play Fortnite for her. I would call it a concern, but everyone's clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? You've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks a way to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sorts of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue that goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Cryle? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. I believe that's also the earring she's wearing right now. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure we'll have there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. No, we're already on the source, Will Clement. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I'm part of this expedition only because the third promise is commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. We'll make you Dawn Servant by standing right here and talking about it. Always sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. Yeah, it's probably absolutely going to be plot important for later. Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the shallows. Alright then, if all are still committed to the journey, I say we make ready to depart. Look at all these people. Wait, is that Yoshi P? No. Or is that just a man who... No, it's not. The moment I was like... No, I feel very stupid. It kind of is his hairstyle, and does Yoshi P wear glasses, actually? He doesn't, right? I'm stupid. I'm just stupid. No, he does wear glasses, depending. That kind of is his hairstyle. Okay, for a moment, I thought... The guy doing the pose, I thought it was Yoshi. I thought they were presenting like, oh, Yoshi P's here to see Adventures Up. No. He would be in the Japanese servers if that was the thing. What's up, Aaronville? Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing our boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
I've seen the trailer. I know that this isn't going to go that great.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Sorry, we'll let a whole ship graveyard dungeon on the way. We know about dangerous boat rides.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks.
Oh, Meliance is there.
We sail west.
And Fortuno to see their
as
kids leave.
Captain Ram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Wuklamop falls off. We have to turn around.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
I think all the contestants are technically his children, right? Are you the only daughter? Also, again, I still want to know more about your policies before I... Like, we've already... The plot has demanded that we agree to join you. But I would like to know more about your particular policies. What exactly are you planning to do once you become Dawn Servant?
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good.
That voice does not match that man's face.
She's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I don't feel... I'm not the only one who thinks that man's face does not match that voice, right?
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We're not eligible for the throne. Part of the contest is that they can work with foreign allies because that's what they have to do when they're
an age ago now.
actually
And
ruler.
we see naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
But we have no claim to the throne, so we're not. Yeah.
Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
This will be my first visit to Tural. Forjante is the name. I was working at Estami's Aesthetics in Ul'dah. You see, my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlie in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. What's up, Alice? I can feel my edge starting to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There is a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, so we head home to lick our wounds. So they're not okay. They're doing away with the Mamulja being dumb. I feel like it's weird to say that they were pretending to be to not understand the speech. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot in Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales of Kettenram returned to Tural tales say Kettenram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this, it's not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mokote, the Hetzrano, the Hrothgar, the Zerbal, not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. I've heard Arendelle is looking for passage to Tuliolal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our charted vessels. As fortune would have it, we just scheduled an expedition to Tural. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tural's a good distance away, and it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. Where's Alpha now? I'm told this vessel's been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. Reassuring thought, and though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Also, let me click. Don't. No, the only crafter quest I've been focusing on has been the botany. Because I figure I may as well get a gatherer up. If I don't want to craft, I may as well get gatherer up, and then I'll just be like the first part of the proverbial supply chain, you know? If I want to make money that way. It's weird that some of the foods have the same name as IRL and others don't. Like Lanosian toast instead of French toast makes sense because there's no France. But why popotos, potatoes, and strawberry rollenberry? Yeah, when like tomatoes exist. It's not that they renamed all the types of food. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuk-Lamat being one of them, of course. But from what Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Oh, I can go inside here. Oh, no. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I haven't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Arenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
That's what I was about to say.
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Tural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
We're in the teeth of the nomads! Reef that sail for the last snaps!
Oh dear.
Only elders have watch! This wind's too strong to take in yourself! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Does lightning strike the ocean?
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Wuklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
This is nothing compared to fighting Leviathan on a boat. It was a teeny tiny raft.
In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Do they have no beds here? Both times in game where we have been seen on a ship, we've just been, like, laying on the ground. We need, like, a cot or something. I would have brought a sleeping bag, you know? Yeah, no, it's the Uraeus coat.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
Oh yeah, we have the
In
new
other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliolal's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As
I'm
a
still
matter of
summoner.
fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
It's the scene from the trailer!
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Also, yeah, the graphics update's pretty nice.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You said that, you delivered that line so much better in the trailer, Alphino. Also, Alisaie's here. She wasn't here in the trailer.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
No, yeah, I have Gunbreaker as my secondary at this point, but I'm still primarily Summoner. Tural. Gerblins.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Yeah, the New World. It's the stuff that's been referenced since Realm Reborn.
I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
This is where blue magic comes from. I believe we do get to go to the place that the blue mage quests talk about.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
We're seeking to foment trouble.
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
That's a fine way of saying foment trouble.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
I had a friend power level my blue mage up to 70.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Oh, look at all these people. I do like how they mentioned that they made it so that other players will not render around quest NPCs, so you can actually click on them. Oh, but now I can't talk to Wook Lamont. Okay. It's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Is anybody else here? Where's Alphino and Alize? There they are. What an amazing city, as lively as Ul'dah, and even more colorful. According to Aaronville, the Vanu I thought I saw belonged to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. Hi, Crow. I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. Arrived in Tural, you can return to the city anytime by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor and Old Charlian. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. I did travel to the edge of the universe in a spaceship, and a bird embodiment of depression did try and murder us. So yes, things could have gone worse. While being on solid ground has improved Wooklamot's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. I'm still a bit queasy, no more boats for a while. I realize you just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Ah, we were wondering who these strange folk were, so the Third Promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Wooklamot, are you unwell? No, sir, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise does not get seasick, no, sir. As for my handpick entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance. But you're just so easy to approach. I do enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. Okay, I am a little more on board with making Wooklamot the queen. They did have a point. Wooklamot is technically royalty here. Like or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. What do you mean, technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me, then. You and Kyle can come with me. I'll take the twins, then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. The voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We'll have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wooklamot's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ugh. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself. Well, with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Anvil already mentioned that the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying up cargo and up and down the rivers in the inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here, carted off to merchant stalls and neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Conversation points. Okay, let's go. What do you got to say, Cryle? Wandering around the city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. If Tuliolal is my own garden, I could lead you around with my eyes closed. If this tour were a ship, it'd be plain sailing all the way. The word ship alone is doing enough to curdle my stomach. Also, let me... system config. I'm on... Let's go maximum graphics. Is there any talking points nearby? No. This is Bayside Bevy. It looks like she's talking to this Vieira and not me. Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right. I should mention that here in Tuliola, we buy things with Pel, a currency the Palu Palu created. But don't worry, more and more trades coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wachkemiqui, another Wahoo. God, it's a Native American thing, and I am not going to be able to pronounce it correctly. Another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, and then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Oh, dang, the music, the music changing to, like, a big band. Oh, hello there. Are there any competent hunters to be found here? Yes, me. This suddenly we're... I got out of the cutscene just God. Everyone in chat. Everyone in chat reacting to the daytime music. I'm happy that people agree with me that this sounds like Monsters, Inc. This music slaps. That swing to Chocobo drums. Soken just one-upping himself every chance he gets. I love the muted trumpet. God, God, I love this. I love that, like, not just the music, but the fact that everyone is in chat here to, like, talk about things. Like, this is what I wanted. I wanted to experience the expansion with people for the first time. Okay, do we have any talking points that I can go... Oh, I forgot to go and attune to that ether shard. Why does it keep reverting to yell? What gets me is how open the city is. Sorry, I am interacting with this chat. Who's Tuliolo? You're the adventurer who recruited to our entourage, yes? If there's anything you wish to know, I'm at your service. What do you do here? Isn't obvious at a glance? Then again, perhaps the Orzian will be unfamiliar with the Mulja culture. I am of the Boniwa tribe, and like most of my kin, I specialize in matters of the arcane. As soon as I came of age, I left my hometown of Mamuk and journeyed all the way across Tural to hone my skills. It gave me some much-needed perspective on the world around me. I considered traveling to Eorzea next, but I took quite a liking to Liolol, and so I plan to make use of my magics here. What manner of place is this? It's the beating heart of Tural that the Dawn Servant will call home. It got its start about 80 years ago when the newly crowned Dawn Servant decided to build a town centered on Yokoi Temple ruins. By implementing a medley of techniques from different Turali cultures, the Tuliolol style of architecture was born. Beautiful, isn't it? By the way, have you heard that Glul Jija is stepping down as Dawn Servant? I suppose that he wants to live out his final years in peace. In any case, I hope you're excited for the Ascension ceremony. It ought to be quite the spectacle. Also, yeah, no, people in chat are also pointing out that there was the whole the whole thing that happened on the boat where we were activating the barriers is like a big callback to us fighting Leviathan. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have aetherites in Tuliolo? I'd hope so, because otherwise my adventure would be really awkward, Kryl. I think I told you before, my brother, Kolana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once and had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again, and then up the slope to the side. Right atop is the gate which leads to Zaktaral. Let's make a stop at the Bright Bloom Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters of Landsguard. So can always... Soaking a whole sous chef out here. Dude, the city is massive. It feels like it's built to be traversed on a mount. Soakin is in the kitchen. Love the quest jingles too. I've already attuned to this one. Oh, there's a talking point over there. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand how Wuklamak got her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. There's a Mamuljo holding their giggling baby, so cute. Where? I'm not doing. Well, I wouldn't need to do a boat ride to get to the gold saucer. I would need to do a boat ride to get back here. What is this Persona 5 music? I love it. God, just seeing so many people talk about how great the music is. I don't think this is Persona 5. This is very Monsters, Inc. to me. This is Bright Plume Post, also known as the Landsguard headquarters. Under the command of the great Zeralja, we hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threats dedicated on the patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause any trouble, you hear me? Thank goodness for Aetherites. I don't share Wuklamat's dislike of ships. Though I don't share Wuklamat's dislike of ships, I'm not especially eager to make that voyage again. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolal and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warriors, so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoralja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first prominence is considered an equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alice should be around here at 2. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right to the north end of Talonmarch. Settings character near the bottom of the other character crowd settings. Apparently it's not on by default. I was just very lucky. Character settings. UI settings. Character. Near the bottom. Sorry, it's in the general tab. Hide nearby players when close to quest NPCs. And hide nearby players when interacting with quest NPCs. Alright, let's go with that. Wrong button. Is there any talking points I'm missing? No. Massive, isn't it? On the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both are constructed by a race of giants, the Yokui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A similar sounding tale, and put into mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Tural, those lands are also part of the Tuliolal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Tural requires special travel pass, unfortunately. They won't issue new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. I thought you just said that like this isn't a place where we needed paperwork for things. Oh. Tired from all the walking? Take a moment to rest and we'll continue the tour. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. City of Stairs. Ah, we're in San Francisco, I see. Said you wouldn't need paperwork because you were with her, not because the nation doesn't use it any less than other nations. Okay, fair. We'll head west next towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing's on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliolal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Creation stories are often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, could it be that Tural's legend was inspired by Hydaelyn's clash with Zodiark? The Arc of the Dawn is on the way to, is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. I'm curious, no, she's not a quest objective right now. Okay. Also, Wuklamat's cape does the thing that Graha's cape does, that I enjoy, and I wish more capes did on Makote, where it splits halfway, so you clearly have a place for the tail to go. I'm never gonna not complain about capes and how they look with tails in this game. I hate how my tail clips through capes. It's my biggest annoyance. There's so many good glamour that I can't wear because it clips through, my tail will clip through the cape, or it shows skin so I can't wear it on my Lalafell because that breaks the immersion that he's actually a small rabbit boy. I'm struggling to conceive of how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. It was originally the site of a Yakui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural to appease the gods who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yakui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing a new nation, he saw the structure, a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We'll climb these stairs here, all the way up. Oh, is there Tuliolal housing, Wooklamat? Oh, there's the baby! People were talking of... Okay, look at that. That is cute. Oh, and it does giggle! Aww! That is adorable. That is really cute. Where's the talking point? Up these stairs? So here's the thing. No. Because from what I understand, the Alligans never made it to the New World. They primarily conquered Eorzea and the connected continents. But Mericidia was as far as they stretched. Like they tried to conquer Mericidia, and that was their one overseas conquest attempt, and it didn't go well. Also, the Alligans are not giants. Sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving represents. Papa's palace is called the Volak Shunusa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Well, I do want to take a look at the Aetheryte first. This place is cool. I know I don't have to be here for story reasons, so I'm gonna head back out. Yeah, I forget if they actually did fully conquer Mericidia, but point being, like, Mericidia was, because I was listening to a podcast talking about what the story could possibly be for Dawn Trail, and they mentioned that Mericidia was their one overseas conquest. I forget if it was successful or not. I might be remembering that part wrong. But the Alligans supposedly never got to the New World. Hey Ulu, how's it going? I hope you don't mind spoilers. Unless you're already like super far ahead of me. Wait, hang on. I want to see. If I move Kryl over here, does that... It does make people disappear. I can just delete people. This is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? We have residents from all over the Tural clans. Mulja, Zabiral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have the Tonawada, the Hetsara, I'm so gonna be butchering all of these names. Shitona also moved south from their ancestral lands to Tural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. True representation of Tuliyolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. This flashback cutscene is Xanae Clone being told that some country that started with an M that he had been trying to conquer since his first life had finally submitted. Okay, I would buy that Mericidia, that they did finish conquering Mericidia. But point being, they mentioned that the Alligans are not involved in this expansion. And while we did see your staple Final Fantasy everything is cyberpunk now section, the tech didn't really look Alligan in the trailer. So it's uncertain. Never seen such an enormous drum. Where's the drum? Is it... Oh, over there. But, what would one even use to beat such an instrument? You might have heard of a here in Tural, the here in Tural known, referred to as the Tonawada. One of our major clans. It's for Erenbelly, belongs to the VR clan known as the Shitona. The big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think it was the time that Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Yeah, but it didn't look it was too sleek to be Alligan. Like, it has the Tron lines, but I think that's just the generic, fancy, Hello. So at least, through, Kozamuka, but for safety's sake, we're not letting anyone travel the way at the moment. Not until we can ascertain the damage done by that monster of a storm. Dang. I want to eat the new Aetherites. The new Aetherites smell so good. I'm going in the wrong direction. This way? One, you don't look at the children playing for a sense of how peaceful things must be here. Here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolal. We have them for the exact same reasons as the Aetherites. Koana brought them back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This is around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Or they're channeling their inner My Little Pony dragon wanting to eat gems. Look, sometimes rocks look very tasty. Let's... Is that all of... No, I'm missing... Wachumakey... Wachumakey? Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce that? I meant the dirigible ending. Okay, so I just need Wachumakey. But we're already pretty close to... Let me head over here. Oh, did I not? I was here already. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Tural Landgate, but when Papa founded Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of the great achievement. Through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Oh, they're alpaca! Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryle. You'll learn soon enough. Forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Are these pillars what Wook Lamont wanted to show us? We wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, and look no further. In these stone pillars, you mean? This spot's captured Kryle's attention. What's special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you really take a good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Only if I cannot be skipping, I should cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Pictures? No, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gululjaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. That pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Kettenrem? Ah, that's the one. Kettenrem rendered Tural, and this is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say that he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. The people Alphino almost mistook for the Vanu Vanu, if not for their colorful plumage. He said he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but over here the Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. It's very famous and a lot of fun. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you could probably tell, the figure depicted is of the Zabiral, like me. For decades, Zabiral and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There's a clan of Hrothgar and Bosnia known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Zabiral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary within location. Let's see, this is the Lady of Pots, which depicts the Moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. No, hang on. I want to talk to you. Oh. I wanted to see if she had anything specific to say. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created their currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolol's markets, and their traveling peddlers are common sense no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They may be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one's my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Vagliarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Vagliarmandia itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for its destruction and terror visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains, which means you're going to fight it eventually. Despite its reputation, however, Valigarmandia is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliolal's national emblem adorning the banners at the palace. Oh, this one's unmarked. Papa said he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliolal's history, whatever that might be. Lay of proof. That big fellow was Yakui, the largest of Tural's peoples. The giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yak Tural. Having brought the southeast reaches to heel, they turned northwards, setting their sights on Zak Tural. They were called the massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up, abandoned the lands they'd conquered, and withdrew into the mountains of Rikopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Vanu but colorful, goblins but with an M, Lalafell but wearing masks, and auspices but evil. I will say the what are they called? The Lalafell but with masks. They're actually a lot taller than Lalafell, so I don't think that they're specifically Lalafell. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, and now I think I'm ready to eat again. Let's go have ourselves a bite at the local of a local delicacy. Come and I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. I did already tune to that one, right? Yeah. Wear masks. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's a couple of them. Yeah, I think. Yo, Daniel, thank you so much for the sub. These people are who they were talking about, I believe. Also, before we go hang out with Buklamat, I want to go get, this one, I believe, is the last one I have to attune to. Soken got the Illuminati healthcare to stay alive, so Square Enix can make tons of money off of his music. Dude gonna be 300, still cranking out bangers. That you attune yourself to all Aetheryte shards in Tuliolo. Yay! What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Limsa Liminza. Have you ever had tacos? They're Tuliolo classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. I wanted to have tacos ready so bad, but then I'm like, I'm gonna be playing at 2 in the morning. I'm not gonna. There's a taco shop right on the corner that I'd love to order tacos from, but they don't open. And when do they open? When do they open? It's literally right on the corner. I can like run and pick up the tacos, but let's see. Let me double check when they open. Oh, 8 in the morning. Okay. 5 hours from now. I'm absolutely gonna have tacos at some point during my binge of this. A lot of the shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here in Zabalyav Te. the best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Bluesky. I like how this Hrothgar just looks like, oh, that I'm supposed to talk with him. This Hrothgar just looks like he's a player character. You know? This looks like the kind of outfit a PC would have. This is Bluesky, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he's the greatest artisan in all of Tural. Where's Kryl? Is Kryl buried within this mountain of players? No, there she is. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wooklamat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine makes me ravenous. Shirtless to show off the furry abs. That is absolutely it. I got his name correct. I'm happy with that.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
This is really making me want tacos.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
Tacos and burritos both have their place in cuisine, okay? I love me a burrito, I love me a taco. California burritos are a staple of the Californian diet for a reason. But this specifically just has me in the mood for tacos.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Also, they're having hard shell tacos. I like soft shell tacos.
Oh. Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh. No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wooklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us. Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulijola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Yeah, well, Clement, when you take the throne, you should probably establish a republic.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
I'm gonna just hammer that home.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
Carl is wearing kitten ears. She is.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubico and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know.
That's like the first time getting Link Pearl call.
Destiny
It's not
calls.
like, this is Thancred, everything's
Perhaps
gone
we
to
can
shit.
return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Hot chocolate. I like my Baymax mug because the inside has the pain scale. Brooke Every's lovingly made tacos went to waste, and it's all that brutish Bokuljaja's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Turali cuisine, but we should hurry up and join Alphino and the others at the palace. It's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter if you, or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have the idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Bolak Shunsa. Oh, my poor empty belly. I feel like you can stop and get a taco. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it moves to happy the more full of hot chocolate I am. Exactly. Food's amazing. I'm passing on Mooj to just let us try a fruit called the cherimoya. It was just sublime. Oh, can I talk to Kryle? I don't want to. I want to talk to Kryle. I want to talk to Kryle. There we go. There's so many narrow, winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. We saw a two-headed Mulja on the way here, another claimant to the right of succession, according to Aaronville. You have a better feel for the city now? You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat for a whole roasted Kolbiri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Upon speaking to Aaronville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Hell yeah. Several cutscenes. Acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. No! Several voice cutscenes, please. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye and spring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly curls. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Oh! Hey, Estinian. What's up? When'd you get here? Estinian recreating the trailer. I was supposed to be here in the trailer.
When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That would do, Spearman. I would receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I killed the embodiment of depression.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant.
Oh, he got an anglicized name when he moved to the west.
Brought, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Where's Thancred and Urianger?
Claimants are assembled.
I know they're working with one of them.
The first promise, Zorolja.
Why do you sound like a dude, bro?
The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
Or we could like hold an election, I don't know. Just
I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The rite of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulcha at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against.
Okay, so he's not related.
Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer as proof my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
I will say, it is a bit, like, it's a bit of a bummer that the one, like, general citizen that's been accepted into this process is the one who has to lose because he's an asshole. Like, we all know that Wooklamat's gonna win, or the asshole's going to win, and then something's going to happen, and he's gonna either become a good ruler, or he will get usurped by Wooklamat, maybe. But, like, the idea that you're letting general citizens have a chance at becoming the Dawn Servant is great. Not as great as having just a general democracy, but, like, it's great, but it's like, also, this man's an asshole. Then again, I suppose the fact that, like, all of his kids are adopted is at least, like, makes it feel a bit less like a nepotism play, you know?
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place.
Bring them.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Why have you kept the city a secret?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
Can we just disqualify this man?
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. to fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your golden city. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Well, I at least agree that the other dude's an
Perhaps
asshole
you've
who
been
shouldn't
lured by
win.
the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
I mean, nothing new for us.
Second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Look, people thought that I committed regicide for a while. This is this is honestly pretty chill.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward.
I made my decision and I mean to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Saralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry.
You look so happy, or you're like sort of smiling for a second.
I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please.
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Serelja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son. Is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists.
Oh, so he was the asshole that we didn't want to win.
This puts him in direct oppositions to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace.
Okay, I thought everybody was agreeing that the two-headed dude was an asshole.
Of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryle, are you all right?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
It's kind of neat to have... Okay, we didn't get to see her echo vision. I kind of appreciate that. Just reminding us that we're not the only ones who have the echo.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
Yeah, Kryle's echo is also abnormally
You
sensitive.
have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Claymans.
Somehow you are the asshole and not the guy who's expansionist.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity.
I feel like I'm seeing who deserves. Like, if you become king,
Well said, brother.
if you become Dawn Servant, I feel like the thing you're gonna realize is how excited people are to build a double-headed guillotine.
Mamulja finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
Like, I don't see that man ruling and not having some kind of, like, resistance looking to...
Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
So many people have left. No crowd for Wuklamat?
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
I mean, I wouldn't...
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Which I think is good, because I feel like you'll at least have Kona as an advisor.
Wuklamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Her power is the power of not being rude. I honestly, most important thing in a leader for me. Like, if you're humble and you can know to defer to people who understand things better than you, that makes you, like, an incredibly well-prepared leader. So Kona, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Charlian innovations. Given his background, I suppose it just comes as no surprise. Two-headed claimant Bakuljaja treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he tried to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawn Servant, not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blooded Garleans. As you just witnessed, Wuklamada has no great army of supporters, not yet at least. I know not what drives Zeralja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa's not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We should check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go take a look. Do I have a... I don't have a... what you call it? Umbrella on this character. And I can't mount up here. At a glance, I see much to say. I love how everyone has their umbrellas out. The preparation of intricately carved tablets for every claimant must have been taking considerable effort and foresight. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no lighthearted matter. Okay, you know what, actually? I should get a... Let me, really quick. I'll be right back. One sec. Go into the other side of the planet. Oh, I can't. I don't have enough for the umbrellas. I need a little bit more. Do I do the Furball one or the Taskmaster one? Let's go with the Furball one. Oh, also. Where'd that coat of casting I just got go? Oh, here we go. Oh, it is kind of a nice coat. I don't like how the back looks, though, with the tail. Hang on, let me do this so I can apply the book, and then this so I can, there we go. Okay. Let's head back to Tural. There we go, much better. I couldn't be the only one here without an umbrella. Thanks, everyone. We'll combat the tablets, if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet, and let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. Only difference being the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said that we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is laid out in the Tuliolal saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm if we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. So it's about time we do the traditional new expansion, split the story into 2 paths that will reconverge later thing. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I hear a lot of people, I heard a lot of the talks as we toured the city about a storm that passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. I was thinking, what order did Daddy do them in? Yeah, that was also, like, what I would have expected first. It would be prudent to ensure that we prepare for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Ooh! We get beachside cabins? Aramville got us beachside cabins? Man, he really is working hard for that best boy spot that Graha has. What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance. Well, Clement said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. Such lovely little cottages, and they're on the water! Welcome to the 4 Hours Cabins. That's right, the reservation's under Wooklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Okay, so Wooklamat got us the things. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zabalyevte. Greetings, visitors of Tuliolal, and welcome to the 4 Hours Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you to your rooms. I was told there would be big fat tacos. But some years ago, to better accommodate visitors from across the salt. In the early days of Tuliolal, the guest rooms were little more than rickety boats moored at a pier. They were unpopular with travelers, to say the least. The steady influx of trading ships necessitated the construction of our more modern facilities. One of Guljaja's own companions was himself a visitor abroad. It is said that he likened the newly built roofs to a line of ship's prows, and that the interiors to orderly cabins. Thus is his name, how they've been named ever since. These days, we pride ourselves in running the finest accommodations in the city. I'm confident that you shall find everything to your liking. Is there a reset? Oh, leveling roulette before the reset. This is a really nice inn room. Can I do the... I can! Okay, well... Bacon Bits is kind of clipping into my face here. This is such a nice inn room! I love it! trust you to be the keenest to head out. Where are Aaronvel and Wuklamat, I wonder? Oh, good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we need information, I thought who better to get it from it than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking the initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I'm honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for you two. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'd be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two friends here. I like this guy's... What's this guy's... Asphodelios. I should go and do more of the raid series. Pandemonium. The Tural saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanuhanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought representatives of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Akanu, is located in Kozamauka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold, and their crafts of all kinds of marvelous goods in Huachupelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which to visit first, why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us? Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting a quest from a helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the approachable Pelu and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC. Okay, so it's different than before, where you could do both of them interchangeably. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trial for the right of succession. Wuklamat may not be as experienced or accomplished as her brothers, but she has an affinity for people. For her, finding those willing to cooperate is as simple as asking. Is there a reason the Pelu Pelu all wear those masks? I love how this Hrothgar's on in vacation outfit. Who do we speak to first, do you think? Even up close, the Hanu are remarkably similar to the Vanu, aside from those brilliant feathers, of course. Let's save the Hanu for later. I'll do the Pelu first. What's it you like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, Urkopacha... As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arch of Dawn, and then we take the road west at the fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That's indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have the most dependable solution available. Come with me. Are we going to ride alpaca? Is Wuklamat gonna hate alpaca? I'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat your drink and drink your fill at Zibalyev Tai. It's all been arranged. Or anything I like at Zibalyev Tai? Anything? The Third Promise is too generous. Hello. You have a blue quest. What's this? Oh, hunt. Okay, hunt. Unlock NPC. You there. You're missing novice, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who has been led into Third Province's strength? Well met. To tell the truth, I have been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. If you're familiar with the Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tural, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you're interested, please speak with my associate Bologa. The Zerbal is the master of the hunt and administers the bills in the square looking over the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? The Wings of Protection recommended you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wook Lamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Missing. Suppose I better get down to introductions, or maybe I don't need to. This whole idea came from your side of the sea, after all. Was Koano who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on these beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them, bring back the proof, and you get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and rule is I have to test every hopeful on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to his name but a plowshare and a dream of glory, skipping merrily away to his doom. Prove yourself in Tural, and I'll give you some bigger bite of your fish to fry. Alpaca. Oh no. The fearsome alpaca. Okay, well, I'll accept that. Aw, that's so good. It really is. You got some talent, kid. Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? Pelu all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess their age. Beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery terrain on foot. Why did it have to be alpacas? I wanted to see her emote. At this point, asking the warrior light to do trial is practically an insult. Go ask Zodiark and Endstinger if I'm qualified to kill things. Oh wait, that's right, you can't because I killed them! I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urkelpacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, all the while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Tural. Eorzea has chocobos, and the eastern lands have horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you are not fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool, and one of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information of use to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. Wait, you want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. I believe I've made a trade with the third province herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spat on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkelpacha, then it's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha.
Oh, I've been pronouncing it right.
100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty.
Valigarmanda.
Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Urkelpacha. I already forgot how to pronounce the bird's name. It's been 2 seconds. Valigarmanda?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Valigarmonda.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens.
It's just over the hill. You can see the etherite.
I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty, a spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
Ah, but listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Brightside, Estinian's not with us.
They do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
New zone. Palace crowds were more supportive of brothers, but Wuk-Lamat's peaceful politics do have quite their adherents, I see. I feel the change in attitude and altitude most keenly. While mayhap not the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. I can see more buildings down the path Boknu was taking. I wonder what's over that way. This is Watchun Pelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuk-Lamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. I love it's the getting down to shenanigans music. This means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. Please, the outcome's far from decided, but it's a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people. Yes, finery for our finest lady. That's right, come Third Promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. First, finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Aaronville, when did you... Ah, Shatona from far-off Tural. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in the need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuk-Lamat fell prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Arenville's words of caution to heart. He doesn't believe us. Me and Alice are gonna buy so much shit. I swear I let her out of my sight for one moment. Uklamat is lucky to have Arenville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. 'Twould seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made of to Pelu size, and mine too, come to think of it. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Krile, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Clamat, you and Arenville might try approaching the travelers and passersby. Pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Welcome, friend. You have a question for me, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. What kind of place is this? This is Wachumpelo, meaning House of the Pelu Pelu, is in the common tongue. Most of the people you meet here are likely to be merchants, but you'll also find the occasional alpaca herder or mezcal brewer. Deal in information, first and foremost. It's my business to know everything that happens here in Wachumpelo. My husband, meanwhile, is a traveling merchant, and when he returns from selling his wares to various settlements across Tural, he shares with me more knowledge of recent events. Between the two of us, there's little we don't know what happens in Tural. The Dawn Servant's Elector? I thought you were a new face in town, here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits on the throne so long as to keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. But being freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobly, could probably tell you more about it. Wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me. What would you like to hear the skies have for us this fine day? I love that you can... I do love that you can check up on the Norvrant weather. And you can check up on Marila Mentor. And Elpis. I'm happy that she knows what the weather is like in Elpis. Electors? I've heard all about the right of succession. I should maybe nap. That's soonish. Oh, they're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, and thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around my way of thinking, so I've begun creating goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. before we get settled up. Yep. Okay, cool. Good. Just want to get these little exclamation points off the map. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. I'll be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may tempt to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not too long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No matter the mistake, though, without Tobley noticing, no one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Yeah. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is a man to talk to learn about the contest. Now, if only they'd share with us where his head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not too far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Keep a respectful distance from the alpacas, if you please, for your sake and theirs. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. Can't let fear deter me. No, not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, you might let his identity slip. Yeah, so that's like a game. Easy enough, all I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Obviously, I'm not Tobley. I mean, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and our entourage. Sharp instinct. Shall we commence the right of succession, then? A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I see we're both done with our interrogations. Who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The diligent one, I think. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I have my eye on that one, too. Time to rip the mask off on our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal, a generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you correctly have guessed, I'm indeed Tobly, head ledger of Huachumpelo, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. In a place featured in the Tuliolal saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you up fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity if had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
It's the one my sister's talking to, clearly. I looked at him, and he looked at me.
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed.
We were already talking to you.
With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
We're gonna climb to the top of the big mountain that nobody's supposed to climb to the top of.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Okay, never mind.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
I like this, this Animal Crossing ass music in the background. It's like the little kazoo, I think, that makes it Animal Crossing.
Ah! little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
Yes.
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
Yeah. TLDR.
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
Well, this is the one-headed
Doesn't
a-hole.
mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I had to go and wash the last stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff of me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. I saw that look. Actually, hang on, I want to chat with the other gang. It didn't say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. So this is our sought-after elector. Zoraljub puts me in mind of the Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. Judging by the volume of Wuklamot's scream, the alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. I have to go and wash it. This guy's outfit is nice. Is this also, Brioso? As Wuklamot helped demonstrate, the wily alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I've had enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten that we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes around to 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but I think I can turn you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's like 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alpha Node's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. I hate it when you're right. Let me help you with your deal making. Hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. If it's alright if I aid them now, yes. I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamot goes alone to capture her alpaca, she's free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Alright, let's go see about getting you in the saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Come aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although I think you should go with Wuklamot. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Unfortunately, this is my one character I don't have sage unlocked on. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing! But I'll leave the wool with missing anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch in a wild alpaca. Saddle, is it? And I'll be paying for it. With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at the day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff when you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer's changed. The saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. So Ralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need the saddles. Lots of saddles. It's something personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. I mean, no, it kind of would. You can value trade deals, not conquest. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pello pray for your victory, will Clamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave a future that the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with the innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. And then you have those like Havel convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you one of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakuir ruled our village. That's why I was offering to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we just expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the peace of Tural on the line. Then neither will we. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for the 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything that with even a touch more value. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver! Bolnook was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. Okay, I am getting a little hungry, and while I do not have tacos, we do have food in the house, period, so I want to have something that's not Takis. So, give me just a sec. Well, not just a sec, a little bit more than a sec, and I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some food. Okay. We are back. I'm curious because I keep on seeing the party finder thing. What are people asking to do right now? Happy Dawn Trail, everyone. Bunch of people looking for normal ass stuff, it seems. Okay. Oh, I have the mark that I need to do. Let's also let's hear what the battle theme sounds like here. Oh, yeah, we've heard this. It's in the job trailer. Cool. Is this where I met the Weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he went off to the south. He's probably going to Ikluvo's Inn. Most visitors to Wachimpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? I hope he's willing to offer something wonderful in exchange. Meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to Wachimpelo? Can I have that basket? Thanks. Let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of three-year-old premium mezcal. Allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that the one pledged to preserve that peace would win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. That's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe that you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Missing remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. It's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is just one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one you instinctively mastered. Summon would be much better if you could choose your summons. If F Titan Garuda, you can be Susan and Shinryu and Good King Mogelmog. I agree. You think so? I know so. Now let's make for our 500 pel Let's make our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, you take the poncho. If I lost it, somehow Arendelle would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade! Success traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. Makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We'll look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. There you go, we find demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are a number of places, but we could do worse than standing right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. This one. He has no weapon. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon. We might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious. Your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here. I barely escaped with my scales intact. My cloak was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolal, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu. I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well, but now look at me. Sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat that I lost. Would you be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade? For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the 1,000 column. Ooh, from 500 to 1,000? We have a deal. Maybe don't mention that it's a 500 pel thing when we're selling it. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Mipilu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate. Mate? And I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad am I to have met you. Did you hear that? We already found our next buyer. To this Mipilu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Excellent trade! Here we go again, riding alpacas. Well done recognizing the toolmaker as a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold on to this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. Be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pello would never have become the traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Wokor Zormor, wasn't that the name? It's covered by clouds, I can't even see it. Forbidden sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to Yakoi. So Mablu, you said that you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure if I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy that taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We made it without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuva's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? No, actually, I'm his biological child. Can you not see the family resemblance? That I was. And perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took all the ranch hands in, actually. All of them? Yes, everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for the saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wukalamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meeplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Did you give the hatchet back to Wukalamat? Not yet. Does the... Oh no, I forgot. You're a bunny. Bunnies do not have... You are wearing the Traveler's outfit, which I believe also... I think it's my stance makes the Traveler's outfit not work on that. Because I remember I put that on. It does have the tapered cape at the base there, but it didn't work for me when I used it. What do I owe the honor? Do I owe the honor? Oh, I need to talk to Wukalamat. You're Meeplu, the owner of these fields? I have in mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan on the razor's edge of this exceptional, tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mr. Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. Wow, we've missed the window for demand. In that case, I'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will have no need of I will no longer have need of hatchets. Well, the second promise and the third promise get along very well. So you're helping the not the first promise or two-headed racist asshole guy cause. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklamot. That is why I'm prepared to purchase the spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons. We ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you'd like, Mablu. Missing and I will have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce it? I wish to know if I'm pronouncing these things wrong. I wasn't sure Meeplu would bite, but it goes to show you never know until you try. Have you ever seen someone picking mate leaves? I imagine the opportunities to see such are few and far between. Brought me some leaves then? Yeah. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fare before I make any decisions, though. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate bought at the shop. 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. We'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobly's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all to become a merchant. But I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How could I expect Tobly to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove that I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobly held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you in advance. First, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way to double the value, eh? You think you can do it? Trust me, I'll make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. Wuk Lamad of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Excellent trade! I've never been one to take it slow. Once I had a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenbel's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. No, I can just teleport. Oh, this fellow Mezcal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobly. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're going to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need some targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, perhaps Wuk Lamont could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head north to the north side and see what I can learn. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolal. I come here to buy Gobly's Mezcal, the finest in Tural according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but it still ends up so addled as to agree with whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Gobly might be adept at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it that he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about the monsters prowling around Agave's jaws. That's the field where they gather the ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing that they love. Sounds to me like I gotta go kill some monsters, a thing that I'm conveniently very good at. What'd you find out? Ooh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuklamat. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though. Doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I hate to send you out empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Honestly, should I just lead with directly with the starting thing? Let's go. Chief's distaste for strong drink. The thing that's gonna get it to us is the, oh, we can go kill monsters bit. Appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hobigo Chief, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having another refreshment to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo friend, but I didn't realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We keep that card up our sleeve till we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think that your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there is no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you talk to Volokshunsa. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would? Are you saying that you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments in hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in a selection of an outfit fit to fit his golden occasion. There's certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't those monsters running amok in the agave's jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, it would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in the saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. You have a deal. I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Mystic and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachumpelo. Be safe. I'm getting far enough ahead in the story that I don't have like a crowd of people around the NPCs anymore. That should be Agave's jaws over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. The Agave jaws, not Agave's jaws. It's not a person. My trade goods are making dead whatever you point me at. Yes. Ooh, orb. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this is no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Hang on. Ah, damn, there's gonna... I mean, it won't take... It won't be too long before a map shows up of the ether currents, right? Because I don't use the ether compass. I always just pull up a map. Finished already. Even hardened mercenaries would have taken longer. Go on, Mablu. Give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Now, here are the Mati leaves and a written introduction to Volnok as agreed. And the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. We finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You are the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to striking more deals with you. Excellent trade! 5,000 pel sack of top grade Monte leaves for 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Even at the palace, I don't think I've had a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. You better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havel's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Please don't jinx it. The Third Promise looks ready to trade the mezcal now. If price is final, bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Still one piece. Alright, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought you your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zorolja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade's a fair one. I'll craft you your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take too long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only a 100-pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. You make it me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished! Topoli and Arenville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble, beginning to understand Wuklamat's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume the trading was productive. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring one out of our wild boar in front so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit, and if he was completely as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That's because of the singular scent which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zeralja, he's back. Gold? Gold? You having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say golden alpaca live a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? He had so much practice playing his favorite game, Y2K, postmodern RPG. It was an alpaca, right? I've never played Y2K, but I just remember a meme of like a dude talking about like his sister being dead, and then someone's like, "Oh my god, a thing is attacking," and it was a giant alpaca or something. It was something really stupid like that. They were going for Earthbound Quirky, but it didn't work. A beast knows its betters. Faced with an overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the peoples must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join the founding of Tulioli all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it has spawned, and the ruins it has left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. Which is why Gulul-Jaja did not did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon the more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed a feat of gold, with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? Sounds like an accelerated case of the cycle of strong men make good times make weak men make hard times make strong men. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. So much of our stars begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. Zeralja is willing to go to war for his twisted version of peace, but should he achieve this peace, then what? What kind of idiot thinks that the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. A golden alpaca in the flesh, like the Golden City. I thought them a children's tale. I could never agree with Zeralja. I want Tuliolal to be a place of peace, now and always. I'll ponder Zeralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing that feat of gold. I have my saddle and practice how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orinkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamot off on our hunt. This dude trying a war of conquest in Eorzea, and the entire continent, thanks to the Warrior of Light, turns as one to slap him down, basically. And then off he goes. Not even a thank you. Okay. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Oh, yeah. I never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Orin Kanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Zoralja may have caught his alpaca first. That doesn't mean Wuklamad is out of the running. She can do this. Mablu's right. The least we could do is let Wuklamad know we're cheering for her.
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
How long has she taken?
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
The Dawn Trail, one could say.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Does she have, like, an entire herd?
They did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Hang on, I want to chat with the rest of the gang. Alphino is quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Book Lamont was able to catch her alpaca, and Aaronville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. I spoke too much. If Wuklamad is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. Wuklamad has no serious injuries to speak of, however, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. So relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is healthy. Yeah, I literally already read that. Wuklamot seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way we can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu was so wisely suggested, we should set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Oh God, I can't fly. No. I miss flying. Might think catching an alpaca is a trivial thing, but we shall see. As I said, there is a reason I chose it for my feet. Come back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea, then. Woklamat can't be that far behind. Ah, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, with what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Well, that was cash and dye, and I already have dye, so I'm good. But also, yeah, I usually just take the cash option. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? There's no mistaking a valley, alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. We did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoology did. Don't worry, Woklamat, that is a 1 in 8,000 chance. 1 in 4,000 actually, they increase the odds, but still. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. This is before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakui, held our people in their thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Galul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Galul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from cups of mate tea we offered him, and he grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Galul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from Yakui's subjugation. He then turned on an appraising eye upon our riders, and proposed that we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering enmity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Galul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Galul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up to the highlands, thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So my brother and father caught one of the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have accomplished the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. It's a perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wooklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear that you've found a calling that you wish to pursue with such a passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Tural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? They might not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking questions. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryl, I have a question. I've been meaning to ask since we finished with the feat. Where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces like it first became fashionable in Tural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try and find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tuliolal and get ready for to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will be the Dawn Servant, so make sure that you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. This entire expansion is giving me One Piece vibes. We need to help Wooklamat find the One Piece, I mean the Golden City, so that she can become king of the pirates, I mean Dawn Servant. She has a fearsome opponent, and that brother of hers, he even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard of Zoralja's supporters talk. They might see the opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuk-Lamat. Everyone she meets with will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right. You might be right. I never dared hope we would find the lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Four-legged troubles aside, Wuk-Lamat completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. The Yakui once ruled the entirety of Tural. I'm curious to see what has become of them. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zoralja will not be easy. It feels good to have the feat of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't have let it bother me, but gods know you've all been so supportive. And gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabal of Tai with us, and the contest has hardly begun. But is she a magical fighting crazy person who topples governments because somebody fed them like Luffy? I mean, she does enjoy food. Let's head back to... We're gonna head on back to Tuliolal. Just like that, we found an Elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Just like that. It took us like a couple of days, Wuk-Lamat. Let's keep things moving and march onwards to Kozama Uka. Chances are good we'll find an Elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your patient Hanu friend has to say. Hang on, I want to talk to the gang. The Peli reminded me of the Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Neither Koan nor Bakuljaja appeared to be in Watu Mpelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. I've heard that there are hot springs in Urkopacha, mayhap time permitting. Golden alpaca, alone. I may have tried to track the beast myself. And so, Zabal of Tai is truly a wonder of the culinarian world. Level up! Okay. I want to nap. I'm having a good time, but I also want to enjoy the story at, like, full awakeness. So I'm probably going to hop off for now and pass out. And then when I wake up, I'll get me some tacos, and we will continue playing 14. Before that, though, data center. We are going to Dynamis. Kraken. I'm curious, actually. What's the queue time look like? Damn, that's nothing. Okay. Yeah. I'll see you guys in several hours, probably. I don't know. I'm just gonna pass out, and my body will tell me when I'm ready to start playing again. Oh wait. Raid. I should go raid somebody. Let's see. Let us see. What are we doing?
Good old Jaja's chosen elect. Right?
Alright, let's go raid Vakken. Raid message, you found the missing persons. Thank you, nerds, for hanging out with me, and I'll catch you when I wake up. I'm just gonna be binging Dawn Trail all this weekend, so. Look forward to that. Until next time, adios.